Now, let's go!
Roar! Healing strike! Now!
It's mine! My turn.
Yeah!
Yes! Yeah!
My turn.
I got this.
It's my turn! Tuh! All right, nice work.
A spiraling pathway, just like in the Infernal Castle.
Or the Grawl.
Good. That means we only have one path. Upward. Leave it to me.
It's my turn!
Finish this quickly.
Roar! Healing strike!
It's my turn. Let's go.
Away with you!
I'm going! Azure Wings! Shoot! Now. Rionac activate. Fire!
What?
It's my turn! Yeah! Let's go! I'll assist. Shall we have ourselves a dessert break?
Finish this quickly.
Aw, leaving so soon? Penta shot! Now's our chance! I'll assist. I shall go. Rionac activate. Fire! There! I've got you!
I'm up! Roar! Healing strike!
Everyone okay? It's powerful.
This one's strong. Be careful.
This'll get a bit spicy! Fire! I shall go. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! There! I've got you!
Let's go. Yeah! It's my turn. Roar! Helix strike!
It's my turn. On your knees. They're open. We fight as one.
Got it!
Understood! Yeah!
Let's go! Roar! Helix strike! Now!
There.
This is it!
Your sword work was just impeccable, Eustace.
But of course, I have to keep pace with you.
All right, got it.
A matter of course.
I grew a little. Stats updated.
Nice. That's how it's done.
I did it!
I must train even more.
I'm ready to go anytime. Yeah! Now's our chance. Azure wings, shoot!
Very well. On your knees.
I shall go. Rionac activate. Fire!
I'm up! Crimson Slash!
It's my turn. Yeah! My turn. There!
I'm up! Shit!
It's my turn. This was a waste of my time. Let's go.
Now's our chance!
Yeah!
I'm going! Ha! Good work, everyone.
looks like a real tough.
This one's strong. Be careful.
On your knees! Now!
An opening!
Sure.
Now. Charging!
I'm up! Arcus activate!
Ha!
Ta! Yeah!
I shall go. Charging!
It's my turn! Yeah! Let's go! Roar! Healing strike!
Time to paint this town red.
Gotcha!
Yeah! I shall go. There!
It's mine!
Oh, this little bunny's got some bite.
Your weapon specs are impressive as well, Ash.
Yeah!
We have the advantage.
Cut through! It's down!
There! Sure.
Yeah!
It's my turn.
I shall go. Reenact activate. Fire! Now!
It's mine! Weak!
My turn. Leave it to me. Now,
An opening!
this is it.
I'm ready to go!
A daunting foe.
This one's strong. Be careful!
Hey, you! Rest in peace! It's down! Everyone, go!
Leave it to
Leave
me!
it to me!
Yeah!
Let's go! Roar! Healing strike! It's down!
There! Leave it to me. Let's go.
Away with you!
Now!
An opening!
Now. Rionac, activate. Fire! Now!
It's mine! Sure. Huh. Got no time to waste.
Oh, that's a nice-looking treasure chest.
Now's our chance!
Let's go.
Away with you!
I got this. Huh.
It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike!
I shall go. Battle complete. Let's continue.
I'm ready to go! Ooh, a tough one! Huh.
Powerful enemy. Exercise caution.
Let's go! Take this, Infernal Gale! Huh?
My turn. Now, eat this! Here's dessert! That's what you get for being careless. It's down!
I'll assist.
Leave it to me. Arcus, activate!
My turn. Yeah!
Yeah!
Not on my watch!
I'll I'll save you.
Thanks.
Very well. On your knees!
It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike! It's down!
There!
I shall go. Rionac, activate. Fire! Now!
It's mine! My turn. Huh! Ha! Done already?
Any day now.
It's my turn! Shit!
So, you've arrived.
Earlier than expected, too.
Yes, we've come for you, Rufus.
Did you really think those two from Ouroboros would hold us up for long?
It doesn't matter. They've fulfilled their role. The only thing we require for the rivalry is the Ashen Awakener. Everyone else is none of our concern. The Azure Awakener included. The Sword of the End still has a role to play, however. Campanella and Mariabelle were to thin out your ranks, but they didn't even use their ion against you. How disappointing.
How could you?
Man, say what you really mean, why don't you? This guy has textbook villain written all over him.
Ouroboros has their own priorities, and we have ours. We can't expect outsiders to be fully invested in our plans, after all.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Their organization is only interested in observation. Further cooperation may not be necessary.
Today's just full of interesting info, huh?
That's a topic for another time, perhaps.
The wings stolen from the Steel Maiden's Divine Knight.
The Auric Knight has completely absorbed them now.
That power was rightfully won by the Ashen Knight. It should have gone to Valimar.
Rufus Albarea, Knight of Blood and Iron. The man before me is no brother of mine. Interrupting a duel at the last minute. And for your own selfish reasons. Have you no honor?
He did the same thing back when he killed Grianos at the Infernal Castle.
You're pretty messed up for someone who's supposed to be the noblest of nobles.
I can't deny it. But even so, noble blood still runs through my veins. Banter aside, I had a war to manage on top of my duties as a Knight of Blood and Iron. Surely you can't fault me for picking the most efficient course of action. Oh, and by the way, I'm happy you were able to recover Millium, even if she is simply a projection from the sword.
How dare you!
It's okay, guys. He's not wrong, you know. Sup, Rufus? Long time no see!
Yes, you certainly surprised all of us back at the Grawl. But I'm happy, as a fellow Ironblood, that we were able to meet again. Although, I imagine my joy pales in comparison to Clara Lecter's.
Aw, don't sweat it. We didn't really have that many chances to hang out anyway.
Milliam, you're definitely one of a kind.
I think you're being a bit too cheerful given the situation.
Sorry to interrupt, but I believe this will have to do for our banter. We should begin the preparations now. Ideally, this would have taken place during the Great Twilight's climax. But I suppose it may work out yet. Should you lose to Lord Rufus, he will obtain the Sword of the End, allowing us to be fully prepared for the final rivalry.
Sorry, but that's not how it's going to go.
You seem pretty confident that Rufus will win. No. Maybe it's not Rufus you place your faith in, but the Auric Knight.
Oh?
It's true that the Auric Knight has seemingly limitless potential, just like the Argent Knight.
You see, the Divine Knights may appear to be equally powerful, but there is a hierarchy among them. They have engaged in many battles over the past centuries, each time being wiped from the annals of history. All as practice for the true rivalry of the Seven. The only knight that did not participate was the Ebon Knight. It may interest you to know that even if a Divine Knight is destroyed, with time it will regenerate. Their awakeners, however, often end up as undead abominations. Nosferatu. Do you remember the field of endless blades you witnessed during your trial below Thor's? Each sword marked a Divine Knight's defeat, the grave of yet another of its awakeners.
I can't believe it.
So that's what they were.
In all the battles that occurred, two knights emerged victorious far more often than their brethren. Their strength is second only to the Ebon Knights. Surely by now you must know which ones I refer to, correct? They were, of course, the Auric Knight, brilliant as the sun, and the Argent Knight, which glows like the moon. Following them was the Crimson Demon with 1,000 weapons, the Vermilion Knight. Compared to such supremely powerful machines, the Azure, Palatinate, and Ashen Knights are nothing.
Where does this guy get off?
Kinda pisses me off to hear him trash talk Ordine like that.
It's true that the kind of energy it gives off feels completely different from the others.
And now that it has the Argent Knight's powers as well.
Precisely. You made a grave error in not properly absorbing the Azure Knight's energy. In your current state, you won't be able to make full use of the Palatinate and Vermilion Knight's powers. Frankly, I didn't have high expectations for Prince Cedric's ability to use the Vermilion Knight. It makes things more convenient for us now that you've absorbed its power as well.
You just say whatever you want, don't you?
But you don't have a damn clue what we're capable of.
Class 7's been through so many crucial moments together. Everything we did in the Civil War, the Grawl of Erebos.
And in the course of those events, we lost some of our dearest friends. Yet despite that, we never gave up.
We challenged foes we had no hope of defeating, getting help along the way whenever we needed it. No matter how hard it was, and even if it was only small steps, we kept moving forward all the same.
Yeah, and the new Class 7 is following in your footsteps.
No. You've already caught up to us, Yuna. Instead of walking in our shadow, you walk with us as equals.
Optimism, perseverance, and cooperation are what give us... No. They're what gives humanity true strength. Technology doesn't mean anything on its own. Without human hearts to guide it, it's nothing more than steel and circuits. Once the Great Twilight is over, you say you want to create a world ruled by the Black Workshop. But if there isn't any heart in this cold world you want to make, then what's the point?
I'm sure when you made me and Tilly, you never expected us to have feelings. But we went way beyond what you expected. We pretty much became humans.
Yes,
I believe this applies to Kia as well. And it all points to one thing.
Right. We create meaning in our lives by our interactions with others. And it's the bonds between people that shape the world. The world you want to create is one completely under the Ebon Knight's control. A world where the inhabitants, like the gnomes, are enslaved to a higher power without wills of their own. Where people can't find meaning in their lives by struggling and helping each other to move forward. But is there really any meaning to a life like that?
That same tired rhetoric.
Actually, I believe I agree with them. Still, don't think yourselves unique. I have experienced my own fair share of hardship and struggle. And ultimately, I have no plans to serve anyone either. Not the Ebon Knight, nor Chancellor Osborne. My path is clear. I will be the one to surpass my father.
The Holy Sword of Vishnard.
That's one of the twin blades the Alberea family used to slay Nosferatu in ages past.
Eustace, you too?
Is that the other one?
Ah, so Arnaud delivered the Holy Sword of Elvars to you. This is simply perfect. We can have ourselves one more sparring match before the rivalry.
Do as you wish, but we must begin our preparations.
Zora Fowler! The original combat shell.
That's right. Even Estelle and the others had a tough time dealing with it.
It pains me to see what's become of you, Father. But I still believe in the love that you had for Mother and me. So I'll prove it. Right here and now, I'll prove to you that your love was not a lie.
Stubborn as ever, Ms. Rhineford. You leave me no... You leave me no choice but to snuff out that foolish hope of yours for good. To prove to you that my master is this world's only truth. Not Chancellor Osborne, nor the Lionheart Emperor. No, I will serve Ishmelga to the very end.
This will be it, Eustace. Your last opportunity to challenge me before I transcend humanity. Now, let us cross blades!
Wait, does he mean...
No way!
You damn fool!
Allow me to grant you eternal despair.
Now come, show us what you're capable of!
It's my turn!
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
Let's go! Roar! Helix Strike! It's down!
There! Leave it to me. On your knees! They're open! We fight as one!
Got it! Yes!
Impossible!
My turn! There! An opening!
This is my secret weapon! Holy light, gather in my bow! Take this! Gabriel Arrow! Repent for your sins!
Arrogant fools! Don't think you've won yet! Here I come!
It's my turn!
Roar!
Helix strike! Now! It's mine!
What will you make of this? Behold the advent of your demise! Perish! Luciferian art!
Not today!
Good luck!
You have my thanks.
Eternally flow. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First! Second! Third! Fourth! Fifth! Sixth! Seventh! 8 degrees! Luminous abyss!
Impossible!
Not bad at all. Show me more.
It's my turn.
Arcus, activate!
Very well. Prepare yourself! Shatter!
I hope you're prepared for this.
Leave it to me. Sorry.
Leave it to me.
It's time I fought in earnest. Carve this into your flesh. Ha! Agrius Caliber!
It's my turn.
Light the way! Noble Arc!
Very well. On your knees! Now!
I've got you! There!
Very well.
Pathetic fools!
Yes! Arcus, activate! There!
Thank you.
You have my thanks. Very well.
Eternally flow. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8 leaves, breaking dawn!
It's my turn. Let's go.
Away with you! Brace yourself!
Blinding light, gather in my blade. Iola's Saber!
Places, everyone! The curtain is drawn! Let the show begin! And now, the grand finale! Galaxia Volley! I do hope you enjoyed yourself.
My soul is one with my swords. Light! Purge my foes! Gemini, Judgment! Holy Blade! Take this! What? Heavenly Thunder! Very well. My apologies.
I'm up.
Time to paint this town red. Gotcha! Up you go! Not a bad trick, huh? Eat this! It's the last call. Sinners Revelry!
I need to do something. Ha!
It's my turn! Yeah! It's my turn! Yeah! It's my turn! Ha! Let's go! Yeah!
You have my thanks.
I'm up! Yeah! I'm up! Roar! Helix strike! Possible!
Thanks. You have my thanks. Very well. Now.
I've got you!
I need to do something. Ha! There!
Let's go! Roar! Helix strike! It's down! Let's go, Uses!
Leave it to me!
I see.
Your sword work was just impeccable, Uses.
But of course, I have to keep pace with you.
All right, got it!
A matter of course.
I must train even more.
I did it! I grew a little.
That's how it's done.
I did it!
Nice!
It's happening!
The rivalry is starting!
What's going on?
I am... No, I'm...
Father?
Alisa? What's happening? No! I am forever a loyal servant of Ishmelga. I am Black Alberic. I have no need of you, Franz Reinfeld!
Father?
Could it be losing its hold on him?
Ah, what a pitiful sight when the puppet has been cut loose from the puppeteer's strings. Perhaps the Ebon Knight can no longer be bothered to divide its attention when the end is so near. Come forth, El Prado, the Auric Knight!
As you command.
Heed my call! Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
Come! Ordine, the Azure Knight!
Acknowledged.
This will be the last rivalry before the battle that will decide this world's fate. Once I've proven victorious here, I will hold the power of all the divine knights you've defeated, as well as the Sword of the End. Then, I will discard my life and become an immortal.
I knew it!
Damn it!
Finally, I will challenge my father and surpass him at long last. Only then will I be able to prove my life was worth more than that of an unwanted bastard child. I will be the one who decides the meaning of my existence!
Reen, please stop him!
I will. Just leave it to me.
Let us bring this to a close. All of it!
It's my turn!
It's down and opening!
All right.
Darkness, sunder them!
Very well. Chuck! There! It's mine!
I see!
It's my turn!
Let's go, everyone!
I'm up! My turn. There! It's mine!
I see!
Let's go! Spirit!
My turn.
Darkness, sunder them! I see!
Let's go!
It's my turn.
Holy flame! Take this! I see!
This is nothing. There! It's down! It's mine!
You've done well, but it ends here!
It's my turn!
It's down and opening!
I'm just getting spirit!
All right. All yours. I'm up.
I'm up! Ha! It's down! An opening!
I see! Can you withstand this? Golden Caliber!
This is nothing. Spirit!
My turn. Tag out! Watch and learn.
Spirit!
My turn. Take this.
Let's go!
Now, bring it on!
Very well.
All right.
Holy flip! Take this!
Take this!
Very well. Spirit!
Very well. There! It's down! It's mine! Moving out!
I see!
I'm up! I appreciate it. Let's go!
Divine Art!
Moving out! All yours!
I'm up.
Now, eat this!
That's what you get for being careless.
Yeah! This'll charge you up.
I see!
I'm up!
Spirit!
Let's go! There! At once! Got it!
Got it!
Get back!
It's mine!
Mistral Blade! Let's go!
Thanks.
Holy flip! Take this!
It was foolish.
Sure. It's down! It's mine!
My turn. Spirit!
It's my turn!
Now, bring it on! Take this!
Sure.
Now, eat this!
That's what you get for being careless.
I see!
It's my turn. Be restored!
Divine Art!
Let's go!
I see! Divine Art!
Now it's interesting.
Tag out! Watch and learn.
Darkness, sunder them!
They're down! You're wide open!
Let's go!
Yeah!
I appreciate it.
I'll handle Spirit!
It's my turn!
It's down! An opening! I see! Can you withstand this? Golden Calendar!
It's my turn!
Spirit!
It's my turn. Be restored!
Moving out. Very well. Spirit!
I'm up!
Let's go, everyone!
Let's go!
Now! An opening! It can't be. We'll keep going for a brighter tomorrow.
Lost?
Yes. You've been defeated, Rufus.
I had the Auric Knight, the strength of the Argent Knight, and the fortress's power. It should have been impossible for your friends to win. Usus, members of Class 7, please, tell me why.
It's because you refuse to rely on anyone but yourself.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up. You had people you could have relied on, but you chose not to.
Despite your issues with House Albarea, your bond with Usus was real at least. But still, you shut him out. You chose to walk this path all by yourself.
And you didn't even rely on the other Ironbloods. That's the legacy you've made for yourself. Being just too good to need anyone else.
And a mindset like that, it's just not healthy at all. You've pulled string after string to keep Crossbell under your thumb. But that was only a temporary measure. What kind of future would that lead to?
Yes. In governing Crossbell, you relied mainly on deception and force. Though they served you well the past few years, they are brittle tools that break easily. You can't rely on them forever.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
No matter your methods, there is only so much you can accomplish alone.
Yep. Your approach is pretty much the opposite of Prince Oliver's.
It's true.
I can't argue with that. At least, contributing to the formation of Class 7 was one of the few things I can be proud of. I imagine that once I fall unconscious, you'll discover the fortress's garden has changed. There, you'll find a path to the very core of this fortress. The blazing demon waits for you. He will be your most difficult battle yet. Prove to me you have the strength to see this through to the end. And what lies beyond is the final rivalry. To think it's nearly over after all this time. In the end, I was nothing but a fraud, inferior in every way to their real sons.
We'll take care of it from here. Please rest, brother. However, before you do so, I need to knock some sense back into you.
Go on then.
This looks like a good spot to cast a line.
Well then, let's go.
Thor's Military Academy, Class 7.
Prepare to advance to the final sector of the Imperial Fortress!
Right!
Very well,
this infernal darkness. It's as if it leads straight to Gehenna.
Even more so, since the blazing demon is waiting for us ahead.
Guess it's up to us to shed some light in here. We are the Radiant Wings, after all.
Everyone ready? Roar! Healing strike!
Let's go. My turn. Got no time to waste.
Do be careful. That enemy's a powerful enemy. Exercise caution. Now. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! I'll save you.
Thanks.
It's my turn! Cut through!
My turn. Prepare yourself!
I shall go. Switch. Leave it to me. There!
Thanks.
None on my watch!
I'll care for you.
Thanks.
Damn it!
My turn.
Thanks. It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike!
It's my turn. I'll leave it to you. I'll handle it. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy!
Sure.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
It's down!
I'll assist.
My turn. My soul.
It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike!
I shall go.
Eternally.
Now. I'll support. Our team heals.
Thanks. Sure.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless. Let's go.
Strike! Take this! It's down!
It's mine!
I'll save you.
Thanks.
I shall go. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy!
Take this!
Sure.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
It's down!
I'll assist.
This is it!
Let's go!
Let's go! Ha! It's down!
It's mine!
Whew, felt pretty good.
Let's wipe them out!
Sure.
I'm up! Cut through! Now!
It's mine!
My turn. There!
Sure.
Now. Now!
It's mine! Let's go! Roar! Healing strike!
Let's go!
Strike!
It's down! There, instructor!
Leave it to me!
Sure.
You're mine!
Now. There! Now!
It's mine!
Very well. Huh. It's down!
An opening! Now's our chance! Hey, you! Rest in peace!
Now. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! Now! Everyone!
Leave it to me!
There!
I'm up! Roar! Healing strike! Now!
It's mine! Let's go! Huh. It's down!
An opening! Ah!
Sure.
Tag out! Leave it to me. Now!
I'll assist!
My turn!
Now. There!
It's my turn! Ha! Let's go! Yeah! There! An opening! I'll end it!
It's big. Let's be careful.
Sit!
Ready.
There! Be on guard. It's strong. Yeah! I'm up!
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
I'm up! Roar! Helix Strike!
Sure.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
Yeah!
I'll assist. Now. Activate Ragnarok. Destroy. Now, everyone.
Leave it to me! I got it! Shut! Very well. Prepare yourself! Shatter! There! An opening! All right, got it!
Nice.
I did it!
Shit!
Now's our chance.
Roar! Helix Strike! It's down! It's mine! Very well. There! An opening!
My turn.
I got this.
Hey, you! Rest in peace! Yeah!
I'll assist. My turn. Yeah! There!
It's mine!
Sure.
Yeah! I'm up! Shit! Now! It's mine! I must train even more. That's how it's done. We strike! Ha!
Sure.
Now. I'll support. Art.
Thanks. I'm up! Yeah! Let's go!
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
Let's go! Roar! Helix Strike!
My soul is one. Is that all?
Stats updated.
Yeah, I did it!
I grew a little.
Ready.
They're in disarray!
Roar! Healing strike!
It's down! It's mine!
My turn.
Very well. Yeah! It's down!
An opening!
I shall go. Now.
It's mine!
Sit! Sit! Don't let up! Yeah! It's my turn! Cut through!
Sure.
Huh!
Now. There!
Very well. Shut! It's down! There, instru- Sit! Huh!
Ready.
Tuh! Ha! Sit! Ha! Tuh! Now's our chance!
Hey, you! Rest in peace! Yeah!
I'll assist.
Let's go!
Roar!
Healing strike! Now! Kurt! Yes! Yes! Ha! Very well. Yeah! It's down! An opening!
I shall go. There!
It's mine!
Sure.
It's down!
I'll assist.
This is it!
Tuh! Tuh!
Shit!
You have the advantage.
Hey, you! Rest in peace!
My turn. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! There! Ash, now!
Yeah!
There!
Let's go! Roar! Healing strike!
Let's go. Shot. There.
An opening!
It's powerful.
There! This one's strong. Be careful. Yeah! Let's go. Go berserk! Infernal Hunt! It's my turn. Roar! Healing strike!
Now. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! There!
It's mine!
Let's go. It's down.
An opening!
My turn.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
Yeah! Everyone, go!
Leave it to me!
I got it!
There!
Yeah!
This ain't bad for a change.
Ha! Shit!
Ready.
Looks
There!
like a powerful enemy. Exercise caution.
Yeah! It's my turn! Yeah!
Very well. My turn. Prepare yourself. Shatter. There.
An opening!
I got this.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
My turn. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! Now!
It's mine! I'm up! Roar! Healing strike! It's down! Curse!
Understood.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness.
All right. Nice work.
Ha! Shit!
Ready.
Now...
Man, took you guys long enough. I was getting fed up waiting here. Thought you might have died on the way or something.
You just can't hold back anymore, can you?
His overwhelming power is pouring out. The black flames that engulf all.
McBurn, do you remember what you said to me 2 years ago?
Interesting. You mix by any chance? Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the Church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
So how much of you is unnatural?
All of me. Yeah. I remember our nice little chat on the Pantagruel.
The Pantagruel? That must have been during the Civil War.
So that's what they talked about.
I finally understand what you meant back then. That part of me that was mixed in is Osborn's heart. It's not only the source of this power of mine, but also what connected me to the curse and made me a sacrifice.
Marine!
Don't give me too much credit. I just had a hunch is all. But looking at you now, it's much more than just a small part of you. Nothing compared to me, though.
Well, of course not. How could I compare when you're not even from this world to start with? Right, McBurn?
He's not from this world.
What does that even mean?
None of this makes any sense.
We were raised to believe that this was the one true world created by Adios. In fact, we're incapable of even considering otherwise. The existence of angels and devils on other planes was as much as we were allowed to understand. But we can't even contemplate the idea that anything might exist beyond the bounds of Zemuria.
What do you... There's something beyond Zemuria?
This is an example of the divergent laws. Things we simply cannot understand or even begin to explain. For example, no matter how far you try to fly or sail away from the continent, you're unable to progress past a certain point.
What?
You're kidding me!
It's not a well-known phenomenon, but it was recently verified through research. Despite a number of attempts to figure out why, science simply can't give us an answer. Yet, similarly to the artifacts, it's something that backs the existence of Adios.
Ah, so that's where she comes in.
By attributing everything we don't understand to Adios, we stop thinking for ourselves.
Given my position, this isn't something I'm especially proud of. But the Church's stance is that so long as order is maintained in the world, we shouldn't do anything to disrupt it.
The mages and witches of the Middle Ages weren't quite as commendable, however. As such, we theorize there must be something else behind all of the mysterious events we've noticed throughout the centuries.
The divergent laws. In other words, the laws that govern what lies beyond the world Adios created. And at times, certain things from beyond make it into our world, causing inexplicable phenomena.
Inexplicable phenomena. Now that you mention it.
That does ring a bell, huh, Sarah?
Oh.
Yeah, it makes sense now. Inexplicable is the only word I can think of to describe the salt pail appearing in Northumbria 28 years ago.
Yeah. It was an anomaly on a massive scale, but there was no evidence of it being related to a septarian.
After it appeared, Father Barkhorn went to conduct an investigation on it. But to be honest, the Church wasn't able to reach any kind of conclusion on where it came from, so it was simply deemed a manifestation of the goddess's powers.
No one can blame them for that. We're all human in the end, and some things we simply can't understand. Yet, in spite of that, there was one group who became obsessed with discovering the truth behind it all. They were ravenous in their pursuit, willing to go to any length, no matter how vile or demonic.
Wait! You don't mean...
The DG cult. Though they focused their efforts in Crossbell, they were operating all over the continent.
In truth, though, they were being controlled by the Croix family the whole time.
Say what you want about those cultists, but they pulled off something amazing. They're the ones who created Gnosis. A drug that frees you from the shackles of this world.
They made something like that?
But more importantly, assuming this is all true, then...
McBurn, you really are someone from beyond this world, aren't you? Hell, are you even human?
You're half right.
What is that?
The other half of me. The part of me from beyond. The half of me from here was human. That's why I look the way I do. And before you start asking, no. I don't remember a thing about what the other side is like. Only thing I remember is when my two halves fused together. We collided, ourselves mixing together so completely, there was no way to split us apart. And in the end, we became me.
So that's what you meant when you said all of you was mixed.
It's like when the Holy Beast and the Hexen clan's elder merged into one.
No, Emma. He's on a completely different level from Rose. But if that's true, then...
His true essence is that of a calamity given form. Just like the salt pail.
Now you're starting to catch on. It's been 50 years since I appeared in this world. I've been trying to figure out what I really am the whole time. Trying to dredge up any scrap of memories from where I came from. Trying to figure out what I'm even doing here. The one thing I knew for sure was that I'd need to return to my original form to get everything back. Thing is, if I did that, I'd absolutely annihilate everything around me. Just like how the Salt Pail did. That's why this great Twilight business is the perfect chance. The reality of the world's already being twisted and warped by all this strife they're using to reforge the Great One. So I don't have to worry one bit if my true self completely tears it apart!
Is he a devil?
Yes! This feels right! This is it! My memories are still missing, though. I figured as much. I was hoping I'd be able to take on Osborn, but I guess you'll have to do. Now, give me everything you got. Draw out my full power so I can get back everything I lost.
I guess we have no choice. Class 7, prepare for battle!
On my pride as a witch, I'll hold back this calamity's flames.
I'll back you up, but you guys better win, no matter what it takes!
Right!
Now this is a stage. Give me everything you got!
Arcus, activate!
Arcus, activate!
Yeah!
Yeah!
I'll treat you immediately!
Thanks.
It's my turn! Yeah! Let's go! Roar! Helix strike! It's down! It's mine!
I'm going! Arcus, activate!
My turn! My turn! Prepare yourself! Shatter! There!
It's mine!
Yeah!
My turn. Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
My soul is one with my swords. Light! Purge my foes! Gemini, judgment!
Guess I'll use this. Turn smash. Burn!
Not today! I'm up! Roar! Helix strike! It's down!
It's mine!
It's my turn. If you could, leave it to me. Arcus, activate! There!
Thank you.
Thanks.
How about this?
I got this. Tag out!
Watch and learn.
Arcus, activate!
My turn. My apologies.
Leave it to me! Arcus, activate!
Yes! This'll get a bit spicy! Fire!
I'm up! Roar! Helix strike! It's down!
You're wide open!
All right, let's do this. Blade of Darkness, cleave my foes. See you in Gehenna. Forceful Slayer.
Harder! Turn up the heat!
Let's bring on the big guns! Focusing energy. Fire! Not done yet! Go! Valiant! Charge!
everyone! The curtain is drawn! Let the show begin! And now, the grand finale! Galaxia Falling! I do hope you enjoyed yourself.
Lame. My blood's boiling!
Nuh-uh!
Sorry. This is the end. Incandescent Hellfire! How about this?
I'm going! I'll leave it to you.
I'll handle the rest. Answer my prayers and appear before us. Unfaltering, the lone guardian shield. Elegant, a mirror gleaming in the darkness. Shine, Palace of Eregion!
My turn. Arcus, activate!
It's my turn! Arcus, activate!
Ha! Give me a break.
Lame.
Eh?
How about this?
All right! You got this!
Leave it to me. Ha! Thanks!
Lame.
My turn.
Shatter! Warhammer!
My turn. Prepare yourself! Ha! Shatter! It's down! You're wide open! Back at you!
It's my turn.
Huh?
My turn. Judgment time! Eat this!
There!
How about this?
Very well. Prepare yourself! Ha! Shatter! It's down! Please! Sure thing! Gotcha!
Yes!
Huh?
All right. Judgment time. Eat this. There. It's mine.
There!
Guess I'll use this. Turn to ashes. Burn!
Back at you.
It's my turn. If you could, leave it to me.
Very well. My apologies. I'm up.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
Yeah! Everyone, go! Sure thing!
Yes!
Yeah!
How about this?
Weak! It's down! You're wide open!
All right. Come, Odin, the Azure Knight. You're finished!
I'm up!
Yeah!
Let's go! Roar! Healing strike!
Little?
Yes! Come to me! Kestrel Beta! Ha! Aurora Cannon!
Time to paint this town red.
Gotcha! Up you go!
Not a bad trick, huh?
Eat this! It's the last call. Sinners,
Take this!
Back at you.
Let's go!
Yeah!
It's some kind of divergent barrier. Maybe I can handle it.
Reed, now is the time. Summon me.
Yes! I'll leave it to you. I'll handle the rest. And
Let's go!
How about this?
Moving out.
My turn.
All right.
I got this.
Moving out.
My turn.
Guess I'll use this. Turn smash. Burn!
I'm going.
Moving out.
I got this.
Yes!
My turn.
How about this?
Sure.
I'm going. Arcus, activate! There!
Moving out.
I got this.
My turn.
I got this.
Yes!
Moving out.
I got this.
It's my turn.
How about this?
Moving out.
I got this.
I'm going.
My turn.
Sure.
Yes!
All right.
My turn.
Yes!
My turn.
How about this?
My turn.
I'm going.
All right.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Huh?
Moving out.
My turn.
It's my turn.
My turn.
Sure.
How about...
Yes!
All right.
Sure.
It's my turn.
All right.
My turn.
Yes!
All right.
I got this.
I'm going. If you could,
Leave it to me.
Moving out. All yours.
Leave it to me.
ha!
How about this?
Sure.
There! Yes!
Here I go.
My turn.
I'm going.
All right.
Yes! I'll leave it to you.
Watch and learn.
My turn.
Tag out. Leave it to me. Yeah. I got your back. I appreciate it.
All right.
My turn. All yours. I'm up.
Nuh-uh.
Let's go.
All right.
Sure. Very well.
Nuh-uh. All right. You got this.
I'll handle the rest.
Huh?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm up.
Heed my call. Valimar, the Ashen Knight! Shit! Hey-ya! This is the end!
Flame, you broke through!
This is the blade of the 8 leaves. All right, got it. I must train even more.
Nice.
I did it!
That's how it's done.
Stats updated.
I grew a little.
Huh?
What's he doing?
So that's it. I spent all that time looking for answers, and it turns out...
You remember now?
That little rat Campanella sure got me good. And Ouroboros, huh? They couldn't have picked a better name than that.
He's back to normal.
How do I put this? Sorry for the trouble, guys.
The hell's that coming from? Hold on just a second.
Well, that was certainly unexpected.
Is it safe to say you've accomplished that little goal of yours?
Yeah, half of it at least. Gotta admit, you guys weren't too bad. I wasn't sure you'd pull it off. Guess I should have given you more credit, since you took down the Steel Maiden and all.
I take it you're not going to answer our questions then?
Look, I get that this is just the way you are. But we're not messing around here. A simple sorry's not gonna cut it.
If you really want to make it up to us, help us out.
That's right. You'd make for quite the asset in our battle against the Ebon Knight.
Nah, I'd just get in the way.
A teleportation circle.
I've got a new objective now. Think I'll pay Campanella and the Grandmaster a little visit. The Third Anguis, too. Got a few choice questions for them. Should probably add the Abyss to that list. Not sure if this makes up for all the crap I put you guys through. But here, Schwarzer, Ashen Knight. Take this.
What is that?
Wow! It's so pretty!
A primordial flame. The purest essence of fire.
Hey! What's happening?
It's okay. I'm fine. Thank you, McBurn. I can feel just how powerful this gift is.
Allow me to extend my thanks as well, Overlord of the Beyond. I have no doubt this will prove invaluable for the final rivalry.
Glad to hear it. Just a heads up, you can probably only use it once, so make it count.
Understood. I appreciate it. I don't plan on making friends with you or anyone else in Ouroboros, but I wish you the best of luck, McBurn. I hope you find what you're looking for, without causing any more trouble.
I'll do what I can. No promises, though. Well, Schwarzer, Class 7, try not to die, yeah? And Crow. Later.
So long, McBurn.
We defeated McBurn, but the darkness seems even deeper now.
It's not your imagination. We're getting close to the twisted heart of this cursed empire.
Hey! Brighten up, you guys! We can do this!
Yeah, you're right.
Let's wipe them out!
Roar! Healing strike! Now!
It's mine!
I shall go. Activate Ragnarok! Destroy!
My turn. Hey! Yeah!
I'll assist!
My turn. It's down!
An opening!
My turn. Huh. Yeah! Back me up, buddy!
Understood!
It's my turn! Tuh! It's down! It's mine! Not today! My turn! Shut!
Now. There!
I got this. Huh.
I'm up! Roar! Healing strike!
Very well.
Strike!
Now. Yeah! Target's eliminated. Move out.
Sit! Ha! Sit! Sit! Tuh!
We strike! Prepare yourself! Shatter! It's down! There, instructor!
Let's go! It's down!
It's mine!
Sure.
My turn. Rionak. There!
It's mine!
Yeah, I did it!
Sit!
We have the advantage.
Roar! Now! Kurt!
Now. Activate.
My turn. There!
Not on my watch!
Not today!
I got this. I got this. Yeah!
Let's go! Sit!
Everyone okay?
There!
It's a tough.
This one's strong. Be careful!
Yeah! I'm up! Roar! Healing strike!
My turn. Activate Ragnarok. Destroy! There! Now!
Sure. Now. Yeah!
I'll assist!
My turn. My soul.
Let's go! Roar!
Everyone okay?
This is nice.
Wide open! Hey, you! Rest in peace! It's down! Back me up, Bunny!
Yes! Yeah!
Very well.
Yeah!
There!
An opening!
I shall go. Reenact act. Now!
It's mine!
Let's go!
Yeah!
Let's go!
I got this. Ha! Ha! Done already?
Shit!
That enemy is strong.
Hey-ya!
Be on guard. It's strong.
Yeah! It's my turn! Roar! Helix strike!
Now! Activate Ragnarok! Destroy! Now!
It's mine! My turn! Go berserk! Sure. It's down!
I'll assist!
My turn. It's down.
An opening! Let's go! Roar! Helix strike!
My turn. Now. Ha! Done already? Whew, felt pretty good.
We have the advantage.
Roar!
I got this.
I shall go. There!
Very well. Let's go.
Yeah. Weak! Yeah! Back me up, Bunny!
Not today! Let's go. There!
An opening!
My turn.
Now. Yeah!
Let's go! Roar!
Everyone okay? This is nice.
Shit! Huh. Don't let up! Now!
It's mine!
Sure.
You're...
Let's go! It's down!
An opening!
My turn. Rionak.
My turn. Huh. Yeah! Back me up, bunny!
Leave it to me!
Yeah.
Now. Rionak. There!
It's mine! It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike!
It's down! It's mine! My turn.
Strike!
I'll save you.
Thanks.
Not today!
Sure. Now.
Now.
Very well. Is that all?
Shit! Huh.
Ready.
Tuh! Tuh! Shit!
Now's our chance.
Hey, you! I'm up! Now! Kurt!
I shall go. Activate.
My turn. There! There, instruct.
My turn.
You're mine! Let's go! Crimson Slash! It's down!
It's mine!
Weak!
Let's go! Shot! It's down!
An opening!
Now.
Thanks. I got this.
Huh. It's my turn! Huh.
My turn! Huh. There!
An opening!
see a powerful...
Powerful enemy. Exercise caution.
My turn.
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
Very well. There!
An opening! I'm up!
It's down! It's mine!
Now. Reenact. Now.
It's mine! My turn. Now. Yeah!
I'll assist. My turn. There. Now.
It's mine!
My turn.
Prepare!
Behold, the Vander style.
Looks like a real...
Be on guard. It's strong.
Yeah! I'm up! Go berserk! Infernal Hunt! It's my turn! Roar! Healing Strike!
My turn. Huh. Yeah!
I'll assist. I shall go. Yeah! There! Ash, now!
Got it!
There!
Let's go.
Prepare yourself!
There!
An opening!
Time to paint this town red.
Everyone okay?
Ready.
So this is really it, huh?
Yes. Our final opponent awaits us just beyond this door. Yeah.
Before we go, I want to say how proud I am of each and every one of you for making it this far.
Instructor.
Sarah?
You know, Class 7 started out as just a social experiment. It was made up of students from a number of diverse backgrounds who were all highly compatible with the Arcus units. But we didn't expect any of you would have backgrounds as crazy as Reen's or Emma's. This class far exceeded every expectation. I'm sure Prince Olivert and Principal Van Dyke couldn't have imagined you'd come this far. What's more, you guys became the closest group I've ever seen. You're all irreplaceable to each other. And even though they both had ulterior motives, when Milliam and Crow joined, they fit right in too. But it didn't end there. We got a new generation of members under Reen's guidance. The final pieces of Class 7. Yuna, Kurt, Altina, Ash, and Muse. As your guys' former homeroom teacher, I guess what I want to say is... Class 7 is the best there is. Not that there was any doubt.
Man, I wasn't ready for that.
The best there is, huh? I seem to recall a certain someone saying that before the trial at the old schoolhouse.
And yet the words carry so much more weight now.
Wait, seriously? I thought I was being original there.
Yep. Word for word.
Oh yeah, that was the one time you didn't come with us.
Heck, even I was there for that one. Wait a sec. If you weren't there, how'd you become a secondary contractor with the rest of us?
That's a fair point, actually. You never took part in the trial.
Yet somehow you've been linked to Valimar this whole time.
How perplexing.
Hey! Is that your guys' whole takeaway?
Well, when you think about it, the 5 of us are the same.
Maybe the important part is the feeling that you belong in Class 7.
And most of all, the way the Awakener, Instructor Reen, thinks of you.
As far as I'm concerned, Instructor Sarah's always been one of us.
So basically you're saying she's no different from a bunch of high schoolers.
Now, maybe it just means she bonds so well with her students she starts acting like one.
I try to give an uplifting speech and this is the thanks I get? Come on! You guys just can't give me a break, can you?
We're just joking.
But jokes aside, that's just what we needed to hear.
Thank you, Instructor. It truly means a lot.
Glad to hear it. All right, Reen. You know what to do.
Yeah. I'll keep this short. All we have left to do is prove our strength and determination. What awaits us beyond this door is the cause of everything. The source of the curse, and its final rivalry. And with it, Erebonia's most influential chancellor, the reincarnation of a legendary emperor. Shouldering the fate of the continent would be daunting to almost anyone. But we're Class 7, the best there is. We can do this. It's time. Let's destroy this curse once and for all, and light the way to a brighter future for the whole world. Right!
Tell me. Well, not bad at all. Ciao for...
Now...
Looks like this is it, man. Guess I better say it now. Thanks for everything. It's been a blast.
Crow. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're in this together. To the very end.
You said it.
So, you've come. I suppose I should commend you for making it this far. You defeated my Ironbloods, the Anguis, the almighty Conflagration, and moreover, acquired the powers of the other knights. Those were no small feats.
It's true. Each battle pushed us to our very limit. I should have expected no less of those who chose to serve you.
Perhaps I may have gone a little overboard in my quest to fuel this fortress. But no matter. All the conditions have been met now. The beginning of the end is at hand. However, before that, Valamar, to me, bring the sword with you.
What?
Oh, right. He was Valamar's previous awakener, wasn't he?
Reen, what shall I do?
It's fine. You can come.
It's been a long time, Dracos. Ah, my mistake. In this life, you were known as Gilead Osborne, correct?
Call me by any name you like. You have my thanks for looking after Reen. Moreover, it seems you've recovered your memories.
Indeed. I owe that to Leanne.
Yeah, and it's thanks to her I can do this now.
Millium. I'm glad we were able to talk like this once more. I will have to give my thanks to Leanne for both of you.
Yeah, she was a pretty incredible person. I'm glad to see you too, Gramps.
I welcome you as well, other members of Class 7. Alisa, Machias, Eustace, Elliot, Emma, Fee, Gaius, Muse, Celine, Ms. Valestine, Laura, Kurt, Black Rabbit, Yuna, and Ash. I must apologize to you three. But you, especially, Armbrust.
Ugh, where's this coming from? All I ever wanted was to settle the score for my grandfather. I might have taken it a bit too far, but then again, so did you.
Most definitely.
How can he be so calm?
He seems so composed and confident.
This is the kind of iron will that belongs to the greatest Chancellor and the Lionheart Emperor.
Not only that, but this man is also the Awakener of the Ebon Knight, and Instructor Reen's father.
Gilead Osborne. Even though I've known you're my father for some time, it didn't feel real until now. That's not to say I don't still consider Teo Schwarzer my father, after all he did for me.
I'm sure Teo would be happy to hear that. You are his son, just as much as you are mine. In the same way, you are both Lucia's and Kasha's son. Perhaps you could even be considered Leanne's son as well.
I suppose you may be right. We finally learned the truth about you, from glimpses of your past in the reflecting pool. We saw what the curse did to you. How you fell into Ishmelga's grasp. You became one with the Ebon Knight. Yet you managed to retain your personality, thanks to your iron will. In the end, you were the one who chose to become the Empire's enemy. The world's enemy. Our enemy.
We knew you'd stop at nothing to reach your goal. If we didn't step in to stop you, you would have destroyed the world without the slightest hesitation.
But I'm sure you didn't expect us to fight back so successfully with Mille Mirage and the Radiant Wings. No matter how the rivalries play out, we still have a chance of stopping the end.
Agreed. Radiant Wings in particular was a surprise even to me.
Yes, indeed. You've done well. In the last moments of my life as Dreikel's, I despaired for the future the curse would bring. Because of that, Leanne felt an unnecessary obligation to take things into her own hands. But seeing all of you here before me, it would seem my fears were unfounded.
We saw that blade at the Black Workshop.
It's as if it was forged with all the malice in the world.
Sorta reminds me of the sword Milliam turned into. But at the same time, it's completely different.
This is another sword of the end, belonging to the Ebon Knight itself. Due to certain circumstances, however, it was unable to be used to slay the holy beast. Nonetheless, its power far surpasses any weapon this world has ever seen. Now then, shall we begin the final preparations? I command you, as Dreikel's Raise Arno, he who built your foundation. Strike at me with everything you have. Show me the depth of your will, Thor's Class 7!
Yes, sir! Yes, Your Majesty!
You shall kneel at the foot of the lion!
Let's go!
Weak! Got it. Ready? Ha! Ha! You're done! Now!
Take this!
I'll handle this. Ha! Yeah!
It's my turn.
Weak!
Leave it to me.
Let's go! Right!
Let's go! Ready? Ha! Ha! You're done!
Leave it to me.
Thunderfang! It's down!
An opening!
Burn to ash!
Unforgivable!
Take that!
I won't forgive you!
I must do something. I leave it to you.
I'll handle the rest.
I appreciate it. Gotta do something. Ah!
Thanks.
It's my turn.
Thank you.
I'm going. Yeah. It's my turn. There.
Thank you.
Going. Yeah. Yes. There.
Thanks.
I'm going. Arcus, activate.
Got it. Exterminating!
This is bad. Barrier of time! Break!
Yeah!
I appreciate it. Leave it to me.
Arcus, activate!
My turn. Arcus, activate!
I'll treat you immediately.
Thank you.
My turn. Alright, let's do this. Now! Doink! Ha! Now, for the big finish! Lethal Crusade!
It's my turn. Burning flames!
Leave it to me.
This is the power of the Soaring Phoenix! Golden seal etched deep in my soul. I didn't expect to relish this so.
Arcus, activate! Yeah!
There it is! Yeah! Let's go!
Here I go! Yeah!
Leave it to me. On your knees. Now.
This one's mine. My turn. Orbital Gear EXA, activate! Ha! Orbital Laser, fire!
All right! Let's bring out the big guns! Focusing energy, fire!
It's time to get a little serious.
Leave it to me. Pierce through! Rosetta Arrow! Let's do it! Now, everyone!
Yes!
Understood!
It's my turn.
Arcus, activate!
Nuh-uh!
Prepare yourselves! My blood boils with excitement! Black Lions! Roar!
Bring it on, punk. I'll leave it to you.
I'll do my best. Arcus, activate! There!
You have my thanks.
It's my turn!
Leave it to me. Arcus activate.
Very well. Divine Shield, protect us!
Fall! Acropost blade!
Yeah.
Yeah!
You have my thanks.
All right!
It's my turn. Let's go.
Away with you! Strengthening.
Leave it to me. Arcus activate.
Heaven flames to me!
Yeah. All right. Arcus activate.
My turn! Sorry, take over.
Let's move.
Burn to ash!
I won't lose. Let's go. Ha! I appreciate
You have my
it.
thanks. It's my turn. I leave it to you.
I'll do my best. I'll take you to a world of fantasy!
I appreciate it.
Thanks. I got this. Ha! This one's on the high.
My turn. Arcus activate. All right. Take this. Ha! I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Balls! Acropos blade!
This is my secret weapon. Holy light, gather in my bow.
This is far from finished, young lions!
Arcus activate!
I'm up!
Yeah!
My turn. Let's go. Prepare yourself. Shatter. It's down.
An opening!
I'm going! Ha!
I got this.
Now,
Eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
There!
Thanks. Thanks.
Let's go!
Yeah!
I'm up!
Roar! Helix strike! Fall! Acropost blade!
Very well. Prepare yourself! Shatter! It's down!
An opening!
It's my turn!
There! Yes!
Thanks.
It's my turn! Arcus, activate!
I'm up!
Roar! Helix strike!
It's down!
It's mine!
Sure.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First! Second! Third! Fourth! Fifth! Sixth! Seventh! 8 leaves. Luminous abyss!
I got this.
Prepare yourselves! My blood boils with excitement! Black Lions! Roar!
I'm going! Arcus, activate!
Thank you. Let's go! Prepare yourself! Shatter!
I'm going! It's my turn!
Sure. Got a little something for you.
Bullseye!
Yes! I'll leave it to you.
Watch and learn. Time to kick things up a notch! My turn. My turn. Showtime!
Heaven flames to me!
My turn. Tag out!
Leave it to me. Arcus, activate!
Let's go.
There!
There!
Thanks. My turn. All yours.
I'm up.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
To your knees!
It's my turn. I'm going.
Thank you.
I'm going. I'll leave it to you.
Watch and learn. Showtime!
To your knees!
For real?
Let's go. My apologies.
Leave it to me. Arcus, activate! There! Yes! Arcus, activate!
Thanks. All right. All yours.
Leave it to me.
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
My turn. My soul.
Impudence!
Let's go!
Roar!
Healing strike! It's down!
It's mine!
Sure.
Yeah! An opening!
I'm going! This'll get... Let's go!
It's mine!
Sure.
You're mine! It's down! An opening!
It's my turn!
Roar!
Healing strike! It's down!
It's mine!
It's my turn! I'll leave it to you. I'll handle it. Arcus, activate. Strength depleted. I'm sorry.
Very well. My apologies.
Leave it to me. I'm going.
Thanks.
I'm going. There. It's my turn.
Thanks.
I'm going. There. Yes. There. Thank you. It's my turn. I'll leave it to you.
Leave it to me. Very well. Prepare yourself! Shatter! It's down! At once! Leave it to me!
Leave it to me!
It's my turn! Crimson Flash! Now! It's mine!
Oh! Damn it!
Divide and transform! Sync complete. Brave mode on! Accelerate! Strike! Solaris Springer!
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First, second, third, fourth. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8 leaves, breaking dawn!
Infidels. Most impressive.
It's ready. The time has come.
The time for the 7 fragments of power to clash and become whole again.
Now they will vie for control over the reformed Great One, the being which holds the infinite power of 2 Septarians.
Come, Ordine!
Master, wait!
Father!
We had planned for the final rivalry to take place once the war below had reached its climax. It's too early. We must wait another day at the very least. Otherwise, there won't be enough energy. The Reformation will be incomplete.
It's fine, Alberic. There is more than enough strife in the world to suit our needs. Some battles begin long before any blood is shed. And this is no different.
You're exactly right!
Let's get this over with.
Right behind you!
We'll provide support.
Thanks, guys!
Hold nothing back. You must face me with all the strength you can bring to bear, all your determination, the entirety of your potential. If you do not, I, Gileath Osborne, will bring all you know to ruin.
You asked for it.
I promise I'll fight you with every last fiber of my being!
The time has come to settle this!
I'm up!
All right! My turn. Chop! There! It's mine! Let's go!
Now! An opening! Heaven flames to me! Too easy!
It's my turn.
My turn. Darkness, sunder them! My turn. My apologies.
I'm up.
Here I go! There!
Let's go!
It's down! An opening!
My turn.
Yeah! Too easy!
Let's go!
Now, bring it on!
Moving out.
Spirit!
My turn.
My turn.
Yeah!
Yeah! It's mine!
Heaven flames to me!
It's my turn. This'll help! Sure.
Now, eat this!
That's what you get for being careless.
All right.
They're down! You're wide open!
Too easy!
It's my turn!
moving out. All yours.
Leave it to me! You can't escape! Fire!
I'm up! Yeah!
My turn. Tag out!
Leave it to me.
Yeah!
Let's go!
Shit! Now! An opening! Too easy! Yeah!
It's my turn.
This'll get a bit spicy! Fire!
Let's go!
Recharge! Too easy! Yeah!
It's my turn. Spirit!
It's my turn! You got this!
Leave it to me. Spirit!
Too easy! Yeah!
It's my turn!
It's my turn.
Wind renew you!
My turn. Shut.
It's my turn.
This'll get a bit spicy! Fire!
The end is nigh! Burn away the blaze of glory!
Very well.
Strike! Too easy! Now bear witness to the true power of the heaven! Return to dust!
I hesitated.
I'm up!
Thanks for the help.
I'm up! There!
It's my turn! Yes!
Leave it to me! Azure Wings?
Starfall Slash!
It's my turn!
Now! An opening!
My turn! My apologies.
Watch and learn.
Darkness, sunder them! Too easy!
Yes! I'll leave it to you.
Leave it to me. There! It's mine!
I can keep going.
Spirit!
I'm up!
It's down! An opening! You won't escape! Perish! Give me a break!
Let's go!
I appreciate it.
Too easy!
I'm up! Yeah!
Let's go!
Healing strike!
Very well. My apologies.
I'm up.
Yeah! Everyone, go!
Leave it to me!
It's mine! Get back! Riot Combo!
Moving out.
Showtime! There! Shoulder the cross of defiance! You're finished!
I got this.
Let's go.
Acropose Blade!
easy! Yeah!
Let's go!
Now! An opening!
Sure. Tag out!
Leave it to me! Spirit!
Ready.
Spirit!
Moving out.
Showtime! They're down! You're wide open!
Yeah! Too easy! Yeah!
Let's go!
Healing strike! It's down!
Let's go, everyone!
Yes!
No problem! Union Slash! Deadly combination!
Well fought.
So this is...
The power of the final rivalry!
Yeah. This is it then.
Instructor! Reen!
They vanished!
Screw the rivalry! Let's go after him!
Ordine, let's fly!
As you command. Now, Reen, this is where it all ends. There is no turning back for you any longer. You know that, yes?
I do. I'm also aware that my role as the sacrifice was nothing more than a backup plan. Even so, I will put everything I am into this sword.
Reen. Okay, I'm gonna do everything I can too.
Thank you, Milliam.
The 8 leaves 1 blade, and 104 military combat. A clash between swordsmen, and our final act as father and son. Truth be told, I regret never having the opportunity to train you myself.
Well, maybe we'll get the chance another time. Someday, somewhere. But for now, prepare yourself, Gilead Osborne.
Then come, Reen Schwarzer.
The pale darkness!
Something's coming.
It's... Reen! Yes! He did it!
Reen! You won!
I'm so relieved.
Seriously, you always have to make us worry to the very end, don't you?
Crazy bastard pulled it off.
Is something the matter, Crow? Wait, where's Milliam?
I'm right here!
Oh, don't scare me like that. The Ashen Knight has won. This should put an end to... Milliam? What's wrong?
I had a feeling this would happen.
Huh? What do you mean?
How could it all have ended like this?
Father, what's going on?
I am not your father, and you will not see him ever again. This body was offered in service to the Ebon Knight. Thus, it shall vanish with it.
No, you can't.
Reen Schwarzer, you and your Ashen Knight have won. The fate of the world is in your hands. Do with it whatever you wish.
No, please.
Then that must mean...
Hey, you want to fill us in on what's going on here?
Okay. This just might work. What do you think, Valimar? Can you make it?
Yes, all of the powers have converged in me. Breaking through the atmosphere should pose little trouble.
What?
You...
Breaking through the atmosphere?
No! It can't be!
You can't keep it under control any longer, can you?
The curse's true form. The endless malice of Ishmelga, the Ebon Knight.
That's right.
Relinquish it to me. It belongs to me. Your soul, your entire being. Yes. Yes.
So, this is it. The being that ate away at Emperor Drykel's and my father. When the Ebon Knight was corrupted by malice, its logic system awoke as its own self-conscious entity. Evil personified. It sought to become an almighty being, controlling humanity by spreading its curse. But now, it's been torn from its physical form and brought to our plane. Making this my one and only chance to destroy it for good.
I know! What are you going to do?
There has to be another way! You bastard! Screw you! And screw your bullshit plan, too!
Instructor! You're just joking, right?
No! No! It can't end like this!
Reen!
Please, don't leave us!
What a cruel man you are.
We're coming with you. We kind of thought this might happen. But we're not gonna let you go it alone.
Seems like my time's running out too. Might as well go out with a bang.
Crow. Milliam. Alright. I guess this is just how it was meant to be.
Crow! Not you too.
Please! Don't go!
Milliam,
Sorry, guys. We gotta go now.
Take care of yourselves, everyone!
Don't worry. I promise we'll see each other again. Just be sure to tell everyone else goodbye for me. Thanks for everything, guys. I'm so grateful for all the time we shared together. Take care.
Rain! Rain!
Hey, you guys need to get it together.
He'll be back. I'm certain of it.
Yes. Together with Milliam and Crow.
He promised us after all.
Yeah. This is our instructor we're talking about. No. Not just our instructor. He's Reen Schwarzer of Thor's Class 7.
The pale darkness!
Something's coming.
It's... Reen!
done!
I'm so relieved.
Seriously, you always have to make us worry to the very end, don't you?
Crazy bastard pulled it off.
Is something the matter, Crow? Wait, where's Milliam?
I'm right here!
Oh, don't scare me like that. The Ashen Knight has won. This should put an end to... Milliam? What's wrong?
I had a feeling this would happen.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Okay. This just might work. What do you think, Valimar? Can you make it?
Yes, all of the powers have converged in me. Breaking through the atmosphere should pose little trouble.
What?
You...
Breaking through the atmosphere?
No! It can't be!
You can't keep it under control any longer, can you?
The curse's true form. The endless malice of Ishmelga, the Ebon Knight.
That's right.
Relinquish it to me. It belongs to me. Your soul, your entire being. Yes. Yes.
So, this is it. The being that ate away at Emperor Drykel's and my father. When the Ebon Knight was corrupted by malice, its logic system awoke as its own self-conscious entity. Evil personified. It sought to become an almighty being, controlling humanity by spreading its curse. But now, it's been torn from its physical form and brought to our plane. Making this my one and only chance to destroy it for good.
Wait, no! What are you going to do? There has to be another way! You bastard! Screw you! And screw your bullshit plan, too!
Agreed. It's far too early to give up.
Father!
His hair changed color.
Does that mean he's back to his old self?
I am. It must be because Ishmelga's hold over me has weakened. Elisa, please forgive me for everything I've done these past 10 years.
Father! It's finally you!
Reen, to the very end, your father never gave up. He knew that the only way to be rid of the Great One was to isolate its essence in our plane. With the blessing bestowed on you by the Holy Beast, you can finish what he started.
You mean the Earthen Prism? So that's what it was for all along.
It would be worth an attempt at the very least. The Great One is nearly complete. We may still have a chance to seal Ishmelga away if we act now. But first, you must remove that which has become entangled in your soul. We will need the strength of all your companions.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Our hearts are with you.
And not just ours.
Everyone else is with you too. Every single person in the Empire hoping to reverse the Great Twilight and end this curse. Let's do it! What do we have to lose?
We believe in you, Reen. So please, don't give up.
I won't. Let's do this, everyone!
I'll analyze the Great Twilight and establish a spiritual network with everyone else.
I'll get Rose, Vita, and the others to help too.
Million Boost, go!
Everyone, please! Connect your hearts to Instructor Reen!
This light!
I see. They've almost made it.
Elise! Your Highness! Of course. Reen needs us. We have to help him no matter what.
This is...
It's the same spiritual connection Class 7 has!
Yeah. I can feel their presence. It's like they're right here with me.
They must have used their Arcus 2s along with His Highness's artifact to create a wide-range spiritual network. Yup! We reached the final branch!
Hang in there, everyone! You can do it!
Shit! Gonna have to kick this into high gear.
Right. Reen! Ash! We're coming!
We'll lend you our strength too. Schwarzer! It's time you showed us your pride as a swordsman.
If we can only overcome this.
We may bring about a future none of us dared to dream of.
All right. Let's do it, everyone!
We'll be there soon, guys. Just you wait.
Long as we're all together, nothing can stand in our way.
Indeed. I shall fight for my lady's future, and for ours as well.
Thomas Lysander, we'll need your assistance if we hope to make it in time.
Of course. I swear it, as the partitioner.
Sounds like now's the time to strike.
Rutger. Leanne.
I see.
When Valimar absorbed the power of your divine knights, your souls came along with them.
Indeed. We've been watching over you through every battle since. Reen, you are the sum of the hopes of many. Now, show us the strength that lies within you.
Vi's out there counting on you, and all your buddies beside her, too.
Indeed, that is your truest strength, one which each of us lacked. Now is the time for you to use that strength. Join with your allies and purge that vile, pitiful flame from your soul.
What? Tricos, you would dare call me pitiful?
I will. He is I, and I am him. But you are not us.
What is this? Pathetic maggot! Cease your pointless struggle!
8 leaves, 1 blade, 7th form, void. Enlightened! Spirit unification!
Rain! You did it!
Thank goodness!
No, we're not done yet.
It's Ishmelka's astral form. Separating it from an awakener forced it to materialize in our plane.
And by trapping that form within the Holy Beast's prison, we've allowed it to merge with a tremendous amount of power. But now that it's materialized, we have a chance, however slim, of destroying it for good.
I see.
Pathetic scum! Be damned! Damned to the furthest reaches of Gehenna!
Its power is staggering.
This is only a fraction of the true might the Great One would possess were it fully reforged. But if we don't stop it soon, it will surely grow strong enough to bring the world to ruin.
This thing's no joke!
We'll just have to deal with it, right here and now.
I'm with you there, but just how do we fight something that huge?
What about Valimar and Ordine?
Regrettably, my power level is critically low.
It appears the reforging of the Great One has drained us of all our remaining energy.
Damn it! What do we do?
Looks like we'll just have to go it alone then.
I beg to differ.
Was that Principal Le Guin? Then that means...
I've established a spirit path connection. We're coming.
I'll use my partitions to provide us some footing.
Wings, take us there! Marcus!
Made it! Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
We've got your back!
We'll be your strength, Class 7. For the honor of our Lord, and to uphold her will!
We will be the light that illuminates your path!
We've set up a spiritual network from here as well. The Courageous 2 is ready to assist you.
We can provide you backup with our remote orders. Rain, everyone, please! We're all counting on you! Just promise you'll come back safely when it's over.
Sorry, guys. Don't have the strength to fight, but we can at least help you out with our orders.
Best of luck. Our future is in your hands.
Right!
What a passionate foe!
Everyone, remain vigilant!
Watch out! That one looks tough.
Not today! It's my turn!
I'm ready. Arcus, activate!
Here I come! Radiant wings!
Right!
Leave it to me! Ha! Hell! Yeah!
Yeah!
Here I come!
Dragon formation!
Here I come! You won't get away! Ah! Strike!
There!
I'll handle this. Turn to dust! Prismatic flame! Now! Crush them!
Understood!
Roger that!
Yeah!
Right here! Foolish!
An opening!
Leave it to me! Take my place!
Let's move! Ha! This one's on the house! Now!
There! Right! breaker! They're open!
Take this!
Gotcha!
Right here! Strike!
An opening!
Too slow! My turn! You won't get away! Ah! Foolish! Come, my disciple!
Understood! I'm ready. Turn to dust! Prismatic flame!
Let's go! I'm up! Roar! Helix strike! Now!
It's mine! Let's go! Prepare yourself! Shatter! It's down!
An opening!
Sure. Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
Yeah! Everyone, go!
Yes!
Leave it to me!
It's my turn!
Moving out! All yours!
If you insist. Activating drive. Don't give in!
Thanks! Moving out! It's up to you.
Leave it to me.
Arcus, activate!
Right! I shall go.
You have my thanks.
Thanks. I will share my magic.
Why, thank you.
How's this?
Yeah!
Now then. Arcus, activate!
Leave it to me.
Arcus, activate!
My turn.
My turn now. It's all you. Here I go. My turn now. Think you can handle this? Meet your end! Wide open! Mine! How's this?
Very well. Arcus, activate!
It's my turn.
Now then. Think you can handle this? Meet your end! Our chance! Mine!
Strengthening!
Take this! I shall go. Take this! Yes! I'll leave it to you. I'll handle the rest. Arcus, activate! Yeah!
Let's go! Roar! Healing strike! It's down!
It's mine!
It's my turn. Huh?
An opening! There!
An opening!
Do it!
Yeah!
Let's go! My turn!
Go berserk! Infernal Hunt!
Very well. Prepare yourself! Shatter!
I got this. Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
It's down!
Attack!
Eternally flow. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. 8 leaves. Luminous abyss!
It's my turn. If you could, leave it to me.
time to paint this town red. Gotcha! Up you go! Not a bad trick, huh? Eat this! It's the last call. Sinners Revelry!
My soul is one with my swords. Light! Purge my foes! Gemini, Judgment!
It's my turn. I'll leave it to you. I suppose I must. Well then, shall we? I'm only just getting started. Prism Caliber!
Let's go.
Very well. I leave it to you.
Leave it to me! Arcus, activate!
Sure.
Yeah!
It's go time! Hector Mark II! It's mine!
Nuh-uh!
My turn.
All right! You got this!
Leave it to me. Arcus, activate!
Come to me, Spiegel S!
It's my turn. Come to me, Kestrel Beta! Ha! Aurora Cannon!
I got this. You're mine!
This cannot be! I refuse to accept this! Never! Never!
What the?
I won't let you!
Instructor! Rain! It's okay! I got him!
Milliam!
Stay away from me.
Is this...
I only gave you power. The opportunity to grow stronger in strife. What is the source of human prosperity and strength, if not struggle and hardship?
This is the consciousness the Ebonite's logic system gained after being influenced by humanity. It was consumed by malice, manipulated its creators, the gnomes, and spread its curse across the world.
In other words, this thing is humanity's creation. The very concept of strife drove its every act. And for better or for worse, led us to where we are now. War forced us to innovate. Conflict forced us to evolve. In leading us to such power and knowledge, I suppose you're almost like a god.
Exactly. A god with power beyond compare. Become my awakener, and you too can...
Sorry. I'll pass. This is the beginning of a new age. An age ruled by humanity. We're going to accept responsibility for our past, the actions that created you. And by doing so, we'll rise to even greater heights. Farewell, Ishmelga. I'm not sure if you even have a soul, but I hope you find your way to Adios.
You've finally done it, Reen.
Yeah. Somehow. To be honest, it feels a little strange talking to you like this. Father and son.
Oh, does it now? Who do you think held you in his arms when you were but an infant? I do believe I'm starting to feel a bit of regret over leaving you all to Teo.
Well, to be fair, I've known him as my dad for quite a bit longer. But I'm glad I was able to learn your true intentions. To meet the real you. There's no doubt in my mind that we're father and son. We kinda share a few of the same tendencies, after all.
Oh, such as our penchant for self-sacrifice, perhaps. I can't argue with you on that point. But unlike me, you still have a long life ahead of you. Don't throw it away for others. Use it to protect them, just as they would you. And most importantly, never give up, no matter what. Surely these lessons were at the core of your master's teachings.
I see. I understand now. All right? I'll take those words to heart.
I'm glad to hear it.
You have to go now, don't you?
I do. My time here has nearly run out. I'll forever be grateful we had this chance to finally meet as father and son.
Yeah. Me too.
As for Milliam, Claire, Lecter, and Rufus, my loyal children of blood and iron, please tell them I'm sorry. Now farewell, my dear son.
Goodbye, Dad.
Instructor Reen.
So it's over then?
Yeah.
Guess the Society's making a break for it.
Yes. And it seems the Great Twilight has dissipated as well. That's not the end of our problems, though.
Right. The Imperial Army and the Mille Mirage forces will likely begin advancing on each other soon.
In fact, Supreme Commander Van Dyke and Lieutenant General Bright may have already taken action.
Reen, your hair!
How about that? It must be a sign I'm free of the curse.
So that means you're no longer the sacrifice.
I'm so relieved.
Black hair really does suit you better, Instructor.
You're back to normal now.
Good thing, too. I was getting tired of you stealing my look. Glad I got to see the real you one last time.
That's right.
Now that the Great Twilight's over.
I knew it was coming, but...
Come on now. I told you I was running on borrowed time anyway. So, how about you guys send me off with some smiles this time around?
That goes for me too.
Milliam?
What do you mean? It's like I said. I was a weapon created just for the rivalries. Now that the ritual's done, I'm fading away with it. So it's time for me to say goodbye.
Milliam.
No, please!
This is not a fate you need accept.
What? Falamar? Ordine?
Join me, my siblings.
Let us gather together one final time. Very well.
Understood.
Huh? The Divine Knights?
Perhaps they returned due to the Great One's defeat.
Precisely. It feels as if we are awakened at last from a long, harrowing dream.
The rivalry of the Seven is complete, and the curse of the Great One is no more.
The Ebon Knight has left our ranks, but perhaps that is for the best.
Incredible. Seeing them all together. They're magnificent.
It would seem all the conditions have now been met.
Father! So you were an immortal too, huh?
Yes, I became one as a result of being taken over by the Chief of the Gnomes. I'm so sorry, my dear Elisa. We were finally able to talk for the first time in years, and now I must leave you again. But before I do, allow me to give you a gift, the fruit of my long years of research. Divine Knights, I stand before you now as Chief of the Kin of Earth and implore you. Run the Sacrament Program of Lost Zem, the Septarian of Earth. Rematerialize the sword from its concept form and convert all remaining energy to biomass to create a vessel.
Huh?
What?
Is this...
Precisely, Emma dear.
What we're doing now is the very same act the mages sought to perform back in the Dark Ages. Something normally impossible. But now that we have the power of 2 Septarians, even miracles are within our grasp.
I never dreamed I would see the day when this would be possible. You've impressed me, Black Alberic. No, Franz Reinford.
All I've done is lay the groundwork. Now I need your help.
With pleasure. Divine Knights, I stand before you now as Elder of the Kin of Fire and implore you. Run the Sacrament Program of Arc Rouge, the Septarian of Fire. Stabilize the soul that resides in the sword, and affix the other to its reconstructed vessel.
Right, very well. Understood. Of course.
Acknowledged.
What the?
Their powers are combining.
How is this possible? The Septarians of Fire and Earth being used in tandem.
It feels so warm. Unbelievable.
Kia, is this like...
Yeah. It's like a super magnified version of the power I used to heal Shizuku.
What the hell was that? Man, why are you guys trying to upstage me? I was looking forward to making my big dramatic exit even better than last time. What gives? Why are you all staring at me like that? Have I got something on my... But how? I was fading away. I felt it. And my hair, too. My body feels whole again.
Bro. Your complexion, the color of your hair. You look like yourself again.
Wait!
Milliam.
She's still... This is a real miracle, huh? But man, I'm so tired all of a sudden. Sorry, just gotta take a little nap.
Hey, Milliam!
It's okay. I think she's just fallen asleep. Being permanently materialized into our world must have taken a lot out of her. Hey!
Reen! Crow!
Everyone.
Damn, that's some crowd!
I'm glad to see it was a success.
Father!
Valimar, Ordine, you're all...
We have used up the remaining power of the Septarians for one final miracle.
This will be the one and only time such an act will be permitted.
Thanks, partner.
Hold on. If Crow can come back, you should be able to as well, right, Father?
I'm afraid not. The chances of success are higher the less time a person has spent as an immortal. I've been like this for 10 years. This same method would not be able to revive me.
No. My lady.
Franz.
George, it may be too late for me, but you still have a chance to atone. Erebonia will need skilled engineers to rebuild, and I know you can fill that role in my stead.
I'll do you proud.
Sharon, I am deeply grateful for the way you've watched over my family in my absence. I hope that you will continue to care for my wife, daughter, and father-in-law in the future.
Of course. I promise to serve the Reinford family for as long as I'm wanted.
So this is how you choose to leave us, my foolish disciple.
I'm sorry. Please look after yourself, Professor. And my dear Elisa, I'm sorry our time together was so short, but what little we had was the happiest of my life. Please, take care. Tell your mother I love her, and give your grandfather my regards.
I will. Thank you for everything. I love you, Father.
Valimar. Is this goodbye?
Damn. So you guys are really gonna leave after all we've been through together?
Our sole purpose was to contain the power of the Great One.
With said duty fulfilled, our time in this world is over.
Stand tall, my awakener, son of my former awakener. And my true friend. It was my privilege to stand by your side through all of your struggles and moments of joy. Machine though I may be, seeing you grow and progress warmed my heart. Reen, I am proud of the man you have become.
It was an honor to have been your awakener. Thank you for everything, my friend. I'll never forget you.
Oh yes, Reen, Eustace, Altina, one more thing. When you find a moment, pay the workshop's biological research wing a visit. Be sure to bring the sword with you. So long.
They really were something else.
They did so much for us.
Yes. And Franz's final words.
It seems everything worked out for the best. I imagine His Excellency would be pleased.
Man, can you believe that guy? Taking the villain role and actually seeing it all the way through to the end. Guess that makes him a better dad to us Ironbloods than I gave him credit for. Maybe, deep down, that's why I never took my shot at getting revenge. Then again, since we survived, we gotta take responsibility for everything he did.
Indeed. Though I imagine you won't face too harsh a sentence. Especially since you still have a promise to keep to Princess Claudia.
What? You're kidding me, right? You RMP guys will catch a little flack, sure. But it's the intelligence division that'll end up with a boot up our at.
Neither of you will be let off so easily. After all, the Empire will need your talents to be rebuilt. Just think of the chaos that will ensue as a result of halting Operation Jormungand so suddenly. Ceasefire negotiations will need to be held. Reparations will need to be made. Lifting the curse will do little on its own. The Empire, as we know it, may well collapse under the enormity of its sins. Which is why we'll need both the Intelligence Division and the RMP to maintain order.
Well, when you put it like that...
I will be the one to bear the responsibility for His Excellency's actions. It is the best way we can go about quelling the unrest in Erebonia and solving the issue of Crossbell all at once. I can think of no better way for us Ironbloods to honor him.
Understood.
Sheesh, fine.
Farewell, Your Excellency. And thank you for everything.
So long, old man. Keep an eye on me from Gehenna, will ya?
Hey, Princey boy. If you want to take it back, now's your last chance. Looks to me like you kind of just jumped right in without thinking it over. Sure, Ouroboros doesn't turn anyone away, but it's a big decision, you know?
I've already come this far. I may as well see it through. If I stayed in Erebonia, I wouldn't face any consequences. They wouldn't imprison the Crown Prince, after all. At worst, I might be disinherited, and then Alphen or Olivert would need to bear my burdens. As things are, it would be best for me to simply disappear from the Empire. And given recent events, you seem a bit short-staffed at the moment. I think I may be able to assist you. If I were to be accepted as an enforcer, I would have the freedom to do whatever I please, correct? I could use that freedom to finally see the world outside of Erebonia. Just like Olivert.
Wow, guess you actually gave it some thought after all. Glad to see you finally grew a pair. All right then, come with me. We can take the Beowulf. And hey, I can introduce you to Daddy while we're there.
The War God? You're going to introduce me to him... You mean as your... Wait. No, this is Shirley we're talking about. Very well. Lead the way. Farewell, Alphen, Olivert. You as well, Kurt and Reen. Goodbye to all of you.
After everything that happened, over half a year passed in the blink of an eye. With the end of the Great Twilight, an armistice was declared on the second day of the Great War. Supreme Commander Van Dyke and Lieutenant General Bright worked together to minimize casualties during the negotiations. Meanwhile, the media reported that Emperor Eugen would return to the throne after recovering from his surgery. This was broadcast around the world, in tandem with the declaration that Calvard played no part in the assassination attempt. However, the truth only ended up plunging the Empire into greater turmoil and spurred a storm of criticism from other countries. Amid the chaos, Governor Regnitz stepped in to try to bring the situation under control. He issued the order for Erebonian troops to immediately return to the Empire. Many feared that Calvard might take this opportunity to strike back, but such fears proved to be unfounded. I can only assume it was because Calvard didn't want to take any chances against the far stronger Erebonian army. For the people of Erebonia, it was as if they had woken up from a nightmare. On the other hand, the people of Calvard began to criticize the Empire all the more fiercely. Fortunately, due to the evacuation efforts on the first day of the war, civilian casualties were kept to a minimum. President Rocksmith, nearing the end of his term, made careful efforts to placate his citizens. However, he found himself under serious pressure from the new president-elect and was made to demand astronomical reparations from the Empire. The provisional government in Erebonia, led by Governor Regnitz, was forced to negotiate. As part of the negotiations, he demanded that Calvard pledge to not invade Crossbell. Liberal, Remiferia, and the holy city of Arteria agreed, and jointly mounted pressure on the Republic to keep its troops within its borders. Reparations were eventually made, mostly funded by the Erebonian government, the Imperial family, the Reinford Group, and House Cayenne. As the Imperial army withdrew from Crossbell, discussions began between the Empire and Speaker McDowell. But the Governor General's personal defense force refused to stand down and took control of the city themselves. Rufus condemned their actions from prison, but they refused to back down, and the threat of a Calvardian invasion began to loom. So, the Crossbell Guardian Force, formerly the Crossbell Military Police, worked with the citizens to devise a solution. And on the day of Arkanseal's star-studded comeback performance, the Governor General's defense force was quickly subdued by citizen volunteers, and Crossbell was free once more. At the heart of the operation were the officers of the Special Support Section, saving their country yet again. While foreign affairs were steadily heading in the right direction, Erebonia's domestic issues showed no signs of stopping. With the news of Chancellor Osborne's death, the nobles he had kept in check scrambled to reclaim their former power. Class warfare broke out once more, and though the imperial family tried to restore order, rumors of Prince Cedric's role in the Chancellor's warmongering caused their pleas to fall on deaf ears. The Crown Prince's mysterious disappearance only put them in a more difficult position. Just when things seemed their worst, Princess Alphen and the newly returned Prince Olivert engaged the public directly and sincerely. As a result, the imperial family slowly started to win back the people's trust the continent over. Meanwhile, news of Crossbell's liberation stirred talk of independence in Jirai and North Ambria. Some argued, however, that the 10 years Jirai had spent as an SEZ had bolstered its economy and reduced poverty. The issue is still hotly debated, and those in charge are monitoring the situation carefully for fear of more conflict igniting. Though Chancellor Osborne's right-hand man, Governor General Rufus Albarea, was apprehended, Majors Lecter Arundel and Claire Revelt managed to avoid arrest. Not only that, but they remained at the Intelligence Division and the RMP, respectively, focusing their efforts on restoring order to their country. That said, both groups lost their position as government organizations and underwent extensive restructuring. the Bracer Guild regained its former status in the Empire. And for the first time in 5 years, all its branches were reopened. High-ranking bracers from all over the continent helped to combat disorder and unrest within the Empire, according to certain classified information from the Guild. Prince Cedric, thought to be missing, had in fact become a member of Ouroboros. There are even rumors that he was made an enforcer, but that remains unverified. Meanwhile, after tirelessly aiding the other great houses, Governor Regnitz, and the Government Accountability Inspectorate for months, Acting Duke Eustace Alborea rejoined his allies for a journey to a certain place. Each of his friends had been busy restoring peace to their country in their own way. But now, with the embers of war finally cooled, they were able to meet once more.
Whoa. A backup OZ-74 unit.
So your dad prepared this, Elisa?
That's right. He must have worked on it in the brief moments when he was himself. It couldn't have been an easy secret to keep from the Ebon Knight.
Your father was a great man.
Damn right. Can't be easy fooling someone who's in your head.
For real.
It seems like the mana inside is stable.
And it should be easy to work with such a pure soul as hers. We'll be right here to help whenever you're ready.
Go ahead, Eustace.
Come on, man. What are you waiting for? Now, bring out the sword.
Right.
Altina, you should help too.
Don't worry. I know it'll turn out just fine.
That's right, Allie. Be brave.
I will.
Everything's stable. This should work.
Adios, please.
Now'd be the time for a miracle. I'm sure we've got 1 or 2 left, right?
If you're listening out there, these kids need you.
The sword.
Huh? Where am I? Reen? Tilly? What are you guys doing here? Eustace? What gives? You look like you've seen a ghost. Wait, what happened? Last thing I remember,
William!
You're awake! Whoa, guys! What's gotten into you? Anyone want to tell me what this is all about?
It's kind of a long story.
So much happened while you were asleep.
But before we get to all that...
Welcome back, Milliam.
After everything that happened, over half a year passed in the blink of an eye.
Ah, I understand now. However, it seems the situation is slightly beyond the scope of our expectations. The seventh Anguis has been lost to us, while the second continues her leave of absence. Though perhaps the biggest surprise is that neither the Stallritter nor McBurn have returned.
Well, old McBurn's finally gone out on a journey of self-discovery. Little too late if you ask me, though. As for the Stallritter, it seems like they've decided to branch off on their own.
That's hardly a cause for concern. The second Anguis is a careful, calculating woman. She's sure to cooperate with the next plan. When she does return, I'm certain McBurn and the Stallritter will follow.
And perhaps even Blue Blanc and Luciola too. Though, I think it's safe to say Kruger's never coming back. That makes her the fourth total dropout after Louve, Joshua, and Ren.
We've gained quite the interesting little pawn in her place, though, wouldn't you say? The magic swelling in his ancient blood is quite something. A promising newcomer if ever we've had one.
I suppose. Though he still knows so little about the world, he might need a babysitter for quite some time.
Regardless, let us leave the enforcers to their own discretion. And take care that you do not follow the same path as the Faceless.
You all seem to hate my predecessor so much. I almost regret not being able to meet him.
Well, you've certainly filled his shoes in terms of personality, at least.
It seems all three of you have gathered.
So, you've arrived.
Welcome, O Grand Master.
Maribel, you have done very well. You oversaw the completion of the Phantasmal Blaze plan and returned safely.
You're too kind. I merely laid the groundwork for the Witch of the Abyss and the Steel Maiden to work their magic. But what of the Septarians of Fire and Earth?
I have confirmed their disappearance from this plane. Unlike the Septarian of Mirage, they haven't vanished entirely. But as they are now, it is nearly impossible for them to fall into human hands once more.
Is that so?
I guess we can say things are still going smoothly then?
Indeed. Our plan continues apace. Vida's searching for a new path, in spite of her continuing faith in me. The heroic death of the proud Leanne Sandlot. McBurn, the former overlord of the Beyond, realizing the truth of his home. And even the departures of Joshua, Ren, and Sharon were all valuable parts of the process.
In short, everything that happens is within your knowledge and by your mercy. To be honest, it's simply incredible. Your very existence is akin to Ars Magna.
No, I am but a shadow. I exist solely to announce the appointed time to the world. The other Anguis may not be present, but I shall make this declaration here and now. The world has escaped the Great Twilight, extending its lifespan ever so slightly. 3 years yet remain, until all returns to primordial nothingness. The third stage of the Orpheus Final Plan, the Eternal Recurrence Plan, begins now.